And welcome back inside Coors Field. Chad Bettis is warmed up, ready to go. Stepping into the box, Trey Turner. First pitch of the evening is in there for strike one. Bettis has been good at home. He's looking for his 11th victory overall. And that pitch covers the outside corner at 91. It's 0-2 on the speedster Trey Turner. Rockies fell last night 5-4. Hits were all even yesterday at 10 apiece. Rockies dropped to 8-17 in one-run games after last night's loss. All speed pitches down low, 2-2. Turner's hitting .340 out on the road. And if you're an infielder, you got to get rid of it in a hurry. This kid is unbelievably fast. I asked him today around the batting cage. I said, all right, what's the fastest 60 you ever ran? His freshman year at NC State, he was coming off an ankle injury. He was about 7 months removed from that, and he ran a 6.25 60.
No way.
Which is ridiculous. And he said, I'd like to think I'm faster now. And he's a humble kid, so I mean, this is not, you know, braggadocio. He can really go. That's fouled off. In fact, there's a story that when he was at NC State, he had a faster 60 time than their indoor 60-meter specialist, or 55. I forget what they run inside. 55 meters.
This is Willie Mays Hayes.
Right, and the track coach wanted him to go out and run indoor track.
Wow. Woke up out of bed in the dorms with his pajamas on, and the guys are running 60s outside, and he woke up. He said, oh man, cut already?
3-2 on Turner. And a ground ball to Nolan. Now he's got a hustle from the seat of his pants. No way. Once you move a step or two to your left or your right, you're not going to get this kid.
Puts the ball in play. 3-2, battles back from 1-2. You see Nolan struggling to get the ball out of his glove. He had no chance, even if he was able to field that clean. See on the Subaru Supermo. Watch as he's trying to grab the ball out of the glove. This forces him to do a double clutch.
Jason Worth steps up. Worth has reached in a club record tying 43 straight, along with Ryan Zimmerman. That pitch is down low. And now you put a lot of pressure on the battery of Chad Bettis and Nick Hundley.
If you talk to anybody with the Washington Nationals, one of the key spots that they were missing, as good as a team as the Nationals are, the leadoff spot was the place they had the most difficulty.
And this is what happens. You know, you go a little quicker to the plate, slide step, which sometimes messes with guys' delivery. And now Chad, who is a big-time strike thrower, as we know, is behind Worth 2-0. .20 slider coming up. And now it's 3-0. We're going to see how quick he got up the line from the right side. You know what? And I messed up my watch. We're going to have to do it again. I pushed start and it didn't start. We'll do it again in a moment. Three O's in there. They're going to do it frame by frame in the truck. Let us know. Don't trust my thumb anymore.
I wouldn't.
That's fouled off. 3-2. Well, you know he'll be going now. So Worth has reached at 43 straight. The last player in the National League with a longer streak, actually, than all of baseball, was Joey Votto reaching 48 straight that ended last October. Edwin Encarnacion had one above 50 last year. Runner in motion, and Nolan's got to go to first to get Worth. Daniel Murphy coming up with a runner in scoring position. Here's the Southwest batting order tonight for Dusty Baker. After Murphy, Bryce Harper, who had a perfect night yesterday, 3 for 3 and a couple of walks. Wilson Ramos, he had a home run last night. Anthony Rendon, Danny Espinosa, switch hitting shortstop Ben Revere, and Gio Gonzalez. Rockies will shift with Murphy. Murphy had a run scoring single to left field last night.
Chad Bettis throughout the season and especially the last 5 games has been very good at limiting runs scored against him. Especially with runners in scoring position, 4 for the last 29. That's a 138 batting average, but he's facing a guy in Daniel Murphy who's 3rd in the National League with a 380 batting average with runners in scoring position. It's hard to get a guy out like Daniel Murphy with the quiet approach that he has his foot set down nice and early. He's not afraid to go opposite field.
Who's he remind you of, Spilly, in the last 20, 30 years? Anybody in particular?
I mean, I don't like throwing out like a Tony Gwynn just because
it's unfair.
Yeah, it's not fair.
He's always been a good hitter. For those who are saying, boy, where did this come from? He's always been a good hitter, and he was a good hitter prior to going off with all the home runs last year in the postseason with the Mets. Very solid approach. 0-2 on Murphy, and a big strikeout from Bettis. Got him with a fastball.
You can get a hitter, especially with the likes of Daniel Murphy, to chase if you elevate above the belt, especially with 2 strikes. On the numbers for Chad Bettis, 10 and 6. He's tied with John Gray with 13 quality starts on the season. Good strikeout to walk ratio, and the whip a little high. That's also because he doesn't walk a lot of guys and gives up quite a few hits.
So here's Bryce Harper, 2 doubles last night amid the 3 hits. It's his first 3-hit ball game since June 8th. That's how rough a ride it has been for Harper. And one other note, because last night he had the hit against Boone Logan, the double. He was 0 for his previous 23 against left-handed pitching.
Last night the Rockies didn't quite shift for Bryce Harper, and today they've already moved DJ a little bit more in that 4-hole. And part of the reason why some of the numbers that the Rockies have with the shift, they base it on velocity, what a pitcher's velocity is.
3-0. Now, remember yesterday there was a situation where Harper walked and we said that was not a pitch round, it was De La Rosa. I mentioned that Boone Logan, he had the hits against De La also. He had been 0 for 23 prior to hitting De La Rosa, but this could be a pitch around, and it is, and it's a smart one. Even though Wilson Ramos having a career year, is 3rd in the league in hitting, opposite field home run yesterday, it's a more comfortable deal for Bettis in his mind to go right on right. Let's take a look at the Rockies defenders. In the outfield, Ryan Rayburn's getting a start in left field as we focus in on Daniel Descalso. He's at first base. Rayburn's in the lineup because he has had great success against Gio Gonzalez in his career. Blackman and Gonzalez join him. Arenado, Adames, LeMahieu with Descalso in the infield, and Nick Hundley.
Splits for Chad Bettis. They actually favor him facing left-handed hitters. Right-handers have done majority of the damage off of Bettis. 293 batting average with 12 home runs versus 291 with 5 for lefties. Wilson Ramos this season has beat up right-handers as well. Ramos with a .335 batting average with 11 home runs against right-handed pitching.
And a chopper to short, a little flip to DJ, and Bettis does the job. He gets Ramos, gets out of the inning. No harm done. There was an infield hit and a walk, 2 men left on. The Rockies are coming up, and the baseball world has turned their focus to Charlie because of his accomplishments the last 8 days. No hotter player on the planet, including all those little leaguers out there. Southwest batting order for Walt Weiss. We'll have Charlie and then DJ naturally. Nolan Arenado is going to slide up. Nolan will bat third tonight. Cargo will bat fourth. They kind of flip-flop on a regular basis. Ryan Rayburn 7 for 13, 3 jacks against Gio Gonzalez. That's why he's in there tonight. He's in the 5 spot. Then it's Hundley, Descalso, Christian Adames, and Chad Bettis against the former Oakland A and the last several years with the Washington Nationals. A guy who a few years ago won 21 ball games.
This guy has good stuff. Fastball, curveball, changeup. Only 3 pitches. The changeup for him has not been his best pitch anymore. Still look at that pitch, and especially with the mile-per-hour variance. About 10 miles an hour makes it a great pitch. It's dropped down to about 7-mile-an-hour difference. So he's not getting a lot of whiffs on that pitch. 91-mile-an-hour fastball. The curveball is a fantastic off-speed pitch. About 191 batting average against it.
Charlie has never faced him. You know, when I first looked at all the matchups as you did, it surprised me that a lot of the Rockies had never seen Gonzalez. The last couple of years, his number hasn't come up when the Rockies were playing the Nationals. 2 balls and a strike on Charlie. And this is bounced to the right side. Gonzalez gets run over. Did he stay on the bag? Eric Young's going to go help him up, along with Trey Turner. He said he was okay. Charlie had said something to him. I don't know if it got the glove of Murphy. Maybe 3-4-1. That's pretty good play by Turner.
Covers a lot of ground. See the feet. Gio Gonzalez and Charlie Blackmon get tangled up after he makes the play. Catches it, it's an out.
Yeah, he stayed on the bag. That's what I was concerned about. Charlie's okay, and they're giving Gonzalez a couple moments on the mound.
Both managers, Dusty Baker, when you see your starting pitcher go down like that, first batter of the game, and for Walt Weiss, seeing best hitter in baseball for the last month go down. Look at concern on both managers' face.
So Gonzalez ready to go again. LeMahieu steps up. 4 for 4 last night. That pitch is down and in. Hitting a cool .462 in August. That was a wild thing. We showed that graphic in the open. As hot as Charlie's been, DJ's hit for a higher average in August. Charlie's hitting .429, LeMahieu .462. That's the other thing that just makes it that much more difficult to swallow what's happened in August with the 4 and 10 mark, because you say, man, you have Charlie going at a historic rate. You have DJ going. You have Cargo going. I mean, you have guys really putting up large numbers, and unfortunately it hasn't produced the number of wins you would hope it would. This goes back to what we always say. It's about pitching. The Rockies, the prior 14 games were 10 and 4, and now the last 14 they went 4 and 10. And the ERA is about 2 runs higher, whether it be the starters or the relievers.
Kind of look at it twofold. You look at the team 10 and 4 with a great starting pitching, great bullpen during that stretch where they were playing really good baseball. And then at the beginning of August, they were still playing good baseball, but really had their hearts ripped out. You also lose Trevor Story. It's another base hit for DJ LeMahieu to center field.
Dougie, when was the last time he made an out? We go back to June of 2015. He popped it. Seems that way, doesn't it?
Unbelievable. He's in such a great place just because the head movement is limited. And what kind of plate coverage is this when you're hitting a ball well below your kneecap? Watch this back knee just drop. That's low for a hitter to get it all the way down there. It also allows that barrel to drop down with him. For a guy that's 6'4", that is a lot of plate coverage. And DJ would surprise you if I told you he leads baseball with the highest batting average on balls up in the zone. You would probably say, yeah, right. Just saw him take a baseball that low. No, he leads all of baseball with fastballs up in the zone, over .420 batting average.
He's reached 6 straight plate appearances. The other thing you got to love is he has 38 extra base hits. Fellas were talking about this on the pregame show today. 6 more than he had all of last year. So he has not sacrificed average. He's gained in batting average. He had .301 last year, and his slugging has gone way up.
DJ's average is up to .339 right now. The last Rocky to have an average better than that was Matt Holliday in 2007 when he won the batting title with .340 batting average.
And Murphy's dropped down to .346, so he's within 7. This ball is crushed to center field, but Revere gets back after twisting around and makes the catch. That ball was hit so hard it knuckled. Let's take a look at the defenders for the Nationals tonight. Worth, Revere, Harper in the outfield. Rendon, Espinosa, Turner, Murphy in the infield. Wilson Ramos doing the catching. Trey Turner's at second base right now. Daniel Murphy, that's his natural position. Daniel is not a great defensive second baseman. He's been playing a lot of first base in the absence of Ryan Zimmerman. Now, Ryan Zimmerman is out on a rehab assignment. When he comes back, what the Nationals may do is move Daniel Murphy, now he's not coming out of the lineup clearly, to second, and Trey Turner may play some center field. Here's Cargo. Cargo's 2 for 6 in his matchups with Gio Gonzalez. Take strike 1. Cargo was 1 for 3 in a walk last night. And now it's a pitch he liked. Hard of the plate at 92, and Cargo fouled it back. See, that was center cut. You don't get away with that location, the Subaru strike zone, with a fastball very often against Cargo.
You shouldn't, and there's a little deception for Gio Gonzalez, especially against a lefty. This season he's been very difficult on them. .206 batting average with only 1 home run given up.
Last 5 outings, by and large, for Gio Gonzalez have been very good. '21-game winner in 2012's first year with the Nats. Crowd reacting a little bit. There's a little bit of lightning to the northwest. It's funny, he's been with the Nationals now for 5 seasons. You forget that he pitched for Oakland for a while. That's why Rayburn, the guy on deck's seen him a bunch. Two and two. Broke into the big leagues in '08, did Gio Gonzalez. Coming out party was 2010 when he went 15-9. Followed that up in 11 with a 16-12 mark. His next victory in the big leagues will be his 100th. And 75 with a 3.68 lifetime ERA.
That will also make him the 27th active pitcher to reach 100 wins. De La Rosa reached 100 on July the 30th. Matt Cain also reached it the next day on July the 31st.
Two. And now it's 3-2 on Cargo.
We've seen lefties, especially a guy like Madison Bumgarner that has faced Carlos Gonzalez so many times. The lefty on lefty, they typically go for fastballs up in the zone to Cargo.
When he's staying off that pitch, we know what kind of bear he is. That time he got him with a fastball up. So Cargo tosses the bat aside. DJ reached on a base hit. We'll go to the second. No score at Coors Field. Inning, Anthony Rendon will be the first up to face Chad Bettis, along with Ryan Spilborghs. I'm Drew Goodman, and joining us, it's Tuesday night. You know what that means, Spilly? Twitter takeover.
Yes.
And we are honored tonight. We have the great head coach of the Air Force Academy who's with us. That's Troy Calhoun, naturally. Great day when you have a physical Tuesday on the football field and then get to watch the Rockies. Coach Calhoun's getting ready for Abilene Christian on September the 3rd. In fact, the Academy will open at home the first 2 weeks. Abilene Christian, Georgia State, then they'll travel to Logan, Utah to take on Utah State, And then early on, they have the Naval Academy, and that game will be in Colorado Springs. So 3 of the first 4 are at home. And on October 8th, I'm looking forward to this one. Be up in Laramie. Air Force taking on the Wyoming Cowboys up there.
So for years, when I was in the Rockies minor league system and driving to Colorado Springs, drive past the stadium on the right, and I never caught a football game just because I would go home to Santa Barbara. And now that we spend time year round, I'm making a point to go there. I also want to go to that golf course. I heard the golf course there.
Well, you know what? There's 2, Blue and Silver, and they're great golf courses. There's a lot of 3 putts out there, I'll tell you this. But honestly, and I'm not saying this because we have Coach Calhoun on, one of the very, very best places to go and watch a college football game, atmosphere-wise, is at the Academy. First of all, the grounds are ridiculously gorgeous, and you are treated so well there. I brought, this goes back a few years, took one of my boys' football teams there after they played in the afternoon. We pile into the cars, right, drive down there. The cadets were so great with the kids. It's a beautiful experience, and you know they're always going to play hard. Rendon leans on this one to right center field. This is going to go off the wall. Rendon into second with a double. It's one of those balls that probably a year ago with the lower fences is out. So Anthony Rendon has been swinging it at a 303 clip the last month. A leadoff double in the second for Washington.
Rendon staying behind the baseball and fastball out over the heart of the plate. This year, Chad Bettis has been hit with the fastball, 331 batting average against it. And yes, that probably would have been a home run a year ago. For the Rockies, it's fortunate.
Danny Espinosa coming up. Just to finish that thought, you will have many goosebump moments watching a football game at the Academy. You'll never feel more patriotic, trust me. Good pitch, got the fastball by Espinosa. Well, while we have Coach on, fire questions away. He's taking over our Twitter account. Throw one out right away. What will the strengths of the Academy be this year, coming off another really good season?
This is situational hitting time for Espinosa at the plate as a left-handed hitter, free to go ahead and swing and pull the baseball. He's also one of the better guys at dropping a drag bunt. Has that in his bag and he puts it down.
Bettis does a good job to get off the mound. Good call, Spilly.
It's one of those situations you can get rewarded by moving over a player, by putting down a bunt, and you can potentially get a hit.
Yeah, that'll bring up Ben Revere.
And the beautiful thing about that type of bunt is that at the end of the day, it goes down as a sacrifice. So it doesn't count against your day. So
it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. Get high fives from your teammates. Doesn't count as a actual at bat.
Rockies will bring the infield in here against Revere with 1 out. Ben, a former Minnesota Twin, played for the Phillies as well. Final year of his contract with Washington. He'll be a free agent. In there for a strike, and it's 0-2. Revere swung it a little better of late, but he's not had the kind of year we're accustomed to seeing from him. Last year between Philadelphia and Toronto, This is popped up, shallow left. Rayburn, and Rendon is going to just go down 3 steps. Not hit deep enough. So a big out there as Bettis gets the out without Rendon being able to advance, and now you get Gio Gonzalez. A real good opportunity to get out of it.
Bettis almost threw too good of a pitch. 0-2, trying to get the ball to get a strikeout, but Rayburn, see how he gets behind the baseball, allows that momentum. Rayburn has a pretty good arm in left field. Trying to keep the baseball in front of you so you can run behind it. Your inertia will carry the baseball when you start throwing the ball through the cutoff man.
Gio Gonzalez at 088. He takes outside. Don't let your guard down here. If you're Chad Bettis, keep your focus. Runner at third with 2 outs is Rendon. Not a bad swing. 1-1. Gio drafted by the A's out of Florida high school. Nolan retreats and will throw out Gonzalez. Good job by Bettis. Despite the leadoff double, he prevents Washington from putting a marker on the board. Middle of 2. No score in Denver. Rockies and Nationals as we go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Fans, when the Rockies score 7 runs or more, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations. Do it the next day between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies taco special with Moss at Taco Bell. Coach Troy Calhoun of the Air Force Academy is with us all evening on our Twitter takeover, Tuesday Twitter takeover. And check out the helmets that Air Force is going to wear to honor World War II aviators. That is awesome.
Awesome. The Flying Tiger Squadron.
I suppose the great irony of the Air Force Academy is that, like most service academies, but they're the Air Force, they have a great disdain for throwing the football, but they've thrown it a little bit more over the years. Here's Ryan Rayburn, 7 for 13, 3 home runs against Gio Gonzalez.
Those helmets are awesome, and I guess based on that tweet, there's going to be other versions of it. They're going to honor several other squadrons. Is it? Well, that's what I'm getting.
Well, let's put that in the form of a question for Troy.
Will there be other awesome helmets like this?
Well done. You can play Jeopardy now. 2-0's in there, 2-1. Rockies, with the loss last night, have slipped 2 games under 500 at home, 28-30. Seems to me there's been a number of things that are just hard to explain this year about the Rockies. We know the pitching overall has improved a great deal, especially, ooh, that's a good play by Gonzalez, and then he throws it high, and Murphy still able to get it, jump on the bag. Off the bat, I thought that was headed up the middle. Gonzalez knocks it down, then he falls down, then he almost threw it over the head of Murphy.
Well, Gio Gonzalez has been on the ground more than he's probably ever has been during a baseball game. Almost made Daniel Murphy play fetch.
You know what? Gio's playing baseball, and since we're talking a lot of football tonight, he's been pancaked twice. Blackman got him going up the line, and the mound got him there. No, but some of the strange things, the starting pitching's much better. The Rockies, historically, we talk about Loto Magic. No comeback wins virtually this year.
No, and
the starting pitching, though it's been good, it hasn't translated yet to the number of wins that you think it would. And then the home record with the better pitching, 28-30, it just doesn't compute.
Doesn't add up.
1-1 on Nick, and Huntley takes ball 2, so it's 2-1.
Some of the numbers that have been striking, and it all adds to it. 8-17 in one-run games, one of the worst in baseball, that record. 14-20 versus left-handed pitching.
This ball's well hit right center field. This is a gapper. And Huntley's going to have a one-out double.
Huntley's been in a great spot as far as his approach and where he is mechanically as far as his swing goes. It's a lot quieter. Started off in Philadelphia, had a rough road trip in Texas, and then started hitting the ball hard up the middle. Sunday hit 2 pitchers on their backside. You see he's sitting behind the baseball. That's the most important. Try to limit your head movement as the ball travels towards you. There's a lot of holes in this outfield at Coors Field. Wow. Nick Huntley's 125th career double. And I was hoping he was not going to get picked off.
So was he.
They want to have to find that stat.
Descalso at the plate, starting at first base tonight. Daniel 1 for 3 last night with a sac fly. He tripled in the 3rd inning.
Then you look at the Rockies lineup tonight. Still have 4 left-handed batters on the bench. This is where you're missing Trevor Story. This is where you're missing Mark Reynolds.
This is gloved by Gonzalez, and he'll lob it to first, 2 outs. Well, the Rockies now are left-handed heavy, and there's no way around it with the current composition of their 25-man roster.
There's no way around it. This is the way it's set up, and for good reason. I mean, David Dahl's great. Gerardo Parra, solid left-hander when he's right. Ben Paulson, we haven't seen him really get into his zone, and there's Trevor Story. That guy's being missed. 27 home runs. Leader on defense. Lengthens that lineup out.
Christian Adames at the plate with 2 outs, and he takes down low. And you may be wondering at home, say David Dahl, as you look at Ryan Rayburn, how can he not be playing? He's hit everybody. He's done a great job against lefties. Ryan Rayburn, as we discussed, 7 for 13, 3 home runs. That experience against Gio Gonzalez kind of forced Walt's hand. He had to put him in the lineup. It was on a knock on Ryan. He he had to have him in the lineup. So then you're going to put him either in left field or first base. And he hadn't had a start in 6 years when he started at first base the other day. It's almost unfair. And Walt is such a player's guy, and he understands that any coach in any sport, their role is to put your players in the best place to succeed. And so he felt like, to do that, I'm going to give him the start in left field. And even though you hate pulling Dahl out of the lineup against the lefty Gonzalez, he would. Now if Rayburn didn't have great numbers against Gio, rest assured Dahl would have been in there.
More likely, yeah.
Or greater likelihood. Not the A swing for Christian Adames. Kind of a tentative swing on 2-1. So it's 2-2 on Christian. Ground ball to third. Rendon sidearms it across. Hundley left at second after the 1-out double. We move to inning number 3. Top of the lineup for Washington.
At the top of the third, the Rockies Wives annual charity grab bag event is this Friday and Saturday at Coors Field. Visit the Wives near the section 131 to get yours while supplies last. Well, we have one of the players' wives right next to us, in Sarah Logan. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. We appreciate it too.
So you got to go over and tell us what is in these brown bags.
Okay, well that's the mystery of it. So we had every guy on the team sign a couple dozen balls and we put them in a bag. So it's a mystery. You don't know who you're going to get. Fans are allowed to pay $40 and they can open their bag. It's going to have a slip of paper to tell you who it is in case you can't read it. This
Hold
one
on,
is.
Hold on, don't tell me. This is 48. I know who it is. But Boone's signature is pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It is pretty good. It's legible.
Good handwriting.
He has really nice handwriting.
So you can get a Rockies player, and we have brought back the bonus bags for this event.
Okay.
We didn't have those last time, but we have had some players that are all-star players coming through that have signed these balls for us. Former players, we've got Vinny Castilla, I think in this one. We've got a Reggie Jackson, Hall of Famer. So you have an opportunity.
He was a good player, I remember him.
He was good.
Yeah.
So if you buy 3 of the regular balls, you have the opportunity to buy the bonus balls as well. Let's see who we have in this one.
Do you have a Spilly?
CC Sabathia.
Oh, you have?
These are
Wow.
great.
So we've got some really great opportunities for people to come.
Did
And
Boone use his connection to get some of these signatures?
maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
CC, yeah.
Some of his boys, his former teammates. So we're excited to have that opportunity to offer those.
You know, Spilly and I were talking earlier, and our producer Tavis, it seems like you guys have always been really active, and I know you've been here a few years, really active in the community. It seems like this year even more charitable events held at the stadium where the fans can interact, and not only interact, but you guys can raise money for a number of causes. Am I right in that? Is there a bit more
You're
this year?
right. We did schedule some more this year. We have got some amazing fans. They always support us. And the last event we did, the last grab bag event, raised over $22,000.
Oh my goodness.
So we threw an extra one in this year. Just hoping to bring more awareness to these causes in the local Denver community. And it's been really neat to interact with the fans, like you said, and get out and about within Denver and see what's going on.
So Jason Worth with a base hit with 1 out. That'll bring up Daniel Murphy. I just learned something when you sat down. You are from, I was kidding you, I called it Lubbock, Texas. You're from Lubbock, Texas.
Lubbock, Texas, yes, sir.
The same town. Please don't call me sir. Please. The same town as Chad Bettis. And you guys went to Tech together, huh?
We did. We're both former Red Raiders. So we always cheer Chad on, no matter what.
So you guys knew each other through college too?
We didn't, but we're both alumni of Texas Tech, so that's connected us. Actually, Boone and I are having a baby this offseason, and the wedding gift they gave us was a Red Raider, a little girl's jersey, and a big hair bow to wear to the football games this season.
Great.
So
that's neat.
And you guys are expecting sometime in November?
November, off-season baby.
Perfect timing.
Yes.
1-0 the count on Murphy. And that's way inside. He moves his feet 2-0. So we always ask the wives when they come up and visit, do you get really nervous when your husband is, in Boone's case, he comes jogging in and he's got to probably go get 2 lefties out, 2 tough lefties out. Do you get butterflies when he's out there, or do you handle it well?
I do. He never comes in usually in a good situation. So I always get a little nervous for him, but he keeps his composure, and he's been doing this a long time, and he goes out there and does what he needs to do. So always proud of him out there no matter what.
Well, there's a reason that he doesn't get to throw in the games that are lopsided one way or the other, so you should be proud of that.
That's definitely a good point.
3-0 right now with 1 out on Murphy. And he's swinging 3-0. Why not when you're leading the league in hitting? And he has a base hit. First and second now for Bryce Harper. So each inning, Chad's dealt with a little bit of traffic. 2 on 1 out here in the third.
Here's the quiet swing of Daniel Murphy. Not a lot of head movement. Ball missed out over the plate. Just able to pull the baseball. After striking out with the runner in scoring position, his last at bat, Daniel gets a pitch he can handle and pulls it for a single.
Harper walked his first time up, and it was kind of a pitch around. He did not get a strike. First base was open, so Harper was pitched around. It worked out because Chad went and got Wilson Ramos to ground to short harmlessly. Jason Worth, who's now reaching a club record 44 straight, is at second. Murphy's at first, and that's pounded foul by Harper. Now, Sarah, I know that you guys have a ranch outside of Boone's hometown. He's down near San Antonio. How much work does Boone do on that ranch?
In the off season, he does quite a bit.
Really?
I probably should be saying this, but he loves to be on the machinery. He likes to do all the land clearing himself, and he has big dreams for that place. So that's something he can get in the zone. He can be out there working on a Bobcat for 8+ hours. He loves it.
He showed me one of his new toys, the one with the tinted glass.
Oh yeah, the new tractor.
Yeah, the new tractor.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. That's his new baby.
He's got a pretty good sound system, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, he got the XM radio, I think, going on in there, so he can spend lots of time over there.
That'll go as a pass ball, allowing Worth to move up. Good thing is Murphy didn't move, so the double play still in order, and that is a foul ball. That would have been a double play. Good execution by Descalso. Just turns into practice, though.
You got to watch out when you're throwing the ball down and in to Bryce Harper. We noticed last night Bryce Harper had his 3-hit night. Now, when you're watching Bryce, he starts to fall out towards the first base side. And you see, this is where Bryce's hot zone is. And if you're throwing the baseball in there, as the Rockies did last night, this is where he can hurt you. You want to try to get it up and away from him so where he cannot extend. I mentioned, and you're watching this at bat, notice how he falls out towards first base.
And they say, even though it's pronounced, that it's not as bad as it was a couple of weeks ago. See if the Rockies can turn this one. No, no way. Safe there. And Murphy did not go out of the baseline. And that is where, when you put the shift on, you get hurt a little bit. There's a give and take with a shift. And because there's no one to your right, because you are normally to the second baseman's right, Christian had no alternative but to go right at Murphy.
Difficult play. Normally, if you're in your standard depth, that's DJ LeMahieu's ball. And for Adames, you get to see Murphy running in front of you. And then he quickly throws to first. The Rockies are going to challenge this and take a look. Look on the Supermo. See if he was able to get him out. Chop step by Bryce. He should be out
there, yeah. The run, either way, is going to score. Clearly out.
Yeah. Should be overturned pretty quick.
Clint Fagan had the call. Brian Gorman, second base umpires and crew chief. And there's the out call. So there are 2 outs. At second base is Murphy. And because Worth moved up on the pass ball, he scores the first run of the night. So Harper gets his 60th RBI.
Pretty ominous looking clouds. Have you gotten used to being in Denver, seeing the weather come up on you?
I'm from West Texas, so this is actually kind of normal.
Oh, really?
We get some crazy weather. I think in Denver, it's a little bit more crazy, but.
Ramos hits it a ton to right. This one's off the wall. Murphy will score, and it'll be a 360-foot single. Hit it in the same place last night, but it got over the auxiliary scoreboard. You say Ramos has done that all year. He has gone to the opposite field consistently. He's raised his batting average over 100 points from a year ago.
It's amazing. 332 batting average now, and that was RBI number 67. Spinning slider out over the heart of the plate. Ramos has a lot of plate coverage. Stands off the plate. Open stance.
In there for a strike on Rendon. 67 RBIs for Ramos. For the Rockies, that is the 70th time this year that they have allowed their opponent to score first. That is the highest mark in baseball. The Braves have allowed the opponent to score first 68 times, the Reds 67 times, and both of those teams are really struggling this year. It's Billy, go put your uniform back on. When you're always playing from behind, puts a heavy burden on the offense. It's more pressure on everybody. Cargo coming on will make the catch. That'll end the inning. There were 3 singles that produced a couple of runs, and the Washington Nationals, middle of 3, are up 2-0. Sarah Logan, thank you very much for coming by. Best of luck, and again, tell everybody this is tomorrow, correct?
We're going to be out on Friday and Saturday. We're going to be in section 131, and we're going to be there from the time the gates open until about the 7th inning or until we sell out.
Perfect.
Brad Thompson with you, and Air Force head coach Troy Calhoun has taken over Twitter for us. And last month I was at the Mountain West Conference Football Media Day, so I got to sit down and talk with him. We went over a lot of Falcons football, but we also talked some Rockies baseball. He's really impressed with the Rockies' left side of the infield, and that was with Story out there. Of course, he was really surprised by Story's first season here before he got injured, the numbers he put up, and he feels really lucky to live in Colorado because we have an NL team. Coach Calhoun said he loves the strategy that goes on with an NL team in the game, but he's answering one of your questions, Drew, on Twitter about the strength of their team. It has to do with their backfields, their DBs and their running backs, and we've got a lot of good players coming back, and certainly those seniors. They've lost 50 seniors over the last 2 seasons, so those seniors this year got to step it up and be productive. But there's an answer to your question, Drew.
Well, I look forward to watching them play as Bettis strikes out. There never seems to be many down years at the Air Force Academy. Fisher to Berry to Troy Calhoun.
Great program.
Yep, tremendous program.
Tremendous program.
One of the things I love about doing football in the Mountain West, especially on the Front Range, Bob Davies done a really good job down in New Mexico resurrecting that program. You have so many natural rivalries. You have the Air Force and Colorado State. We all know about the Bronze Boots, CSU and Wyoming. Well, Wyoming and Air Force, and CSU and Air Force. They've played so many great games through the years. Oh, and 1 on Charlie Blackmon. Charlie hit a sharp ground ball that almost snuck through the right side. This ball's belted to right center field. This one's going to touch down and kiss off the wall. Blackmon headed to second with a double. Crazy good run for Charlie Blackmon. His 25th hit in a little over a week.
Charlie Blackmon is in some sort of zone. Gio Gonzalez is really tough to hit for left-handers. Only 206 batting average, and Charlie has no problem. This is Ben Revere fetch. He's in some sort of zone right now.
Well, check this out. Coming into tonight, over his previous 10 games, and now Charlie has an 11-game hitting streak with that double. His prior 10 games, he had hit 9 home runs and he had 24 hits. There's only one other guy in the history of baseball to have a 10-game span like that. 9 or more home runs and 24 hits. Jimmy Fox, the Hall of Famer, who had back-to-back MVP seasons more than a half-century ago. DJ rips this one foul, so he'll go with 2 strikes. Well, Coach Calhoun is with us not only because he's the head man at the Air Force Academy, but he is a huge baseball fan, big Rockies fan. Comes to a lot of ball games in the summer. DJ would make a good cadet, steady, alert, very good on field communication, has the respect of his teammates. Coach, you're absolutely right. And he is, Spilly, he is as low maintenance as they come, isn't he?
It's the perfect player for any coach. He's going to give you everything he has. He's a gamer. He'll grind for you. Tell his teammates, put him in line if he has to. And tell you what, how many times have we seen it? He's probably the least guy you'd expect that when he gets angry, he can get angry. We've seen him show emotion to other pitchers. Saw it a couple of years ago.
Here's something else that is extraordinary. When he's behind in the count, he has the best batting average in the sport, 327. 8 points better than Mike Trout. I've said this many times. With 2 strikes on him, he's not out of his comfort zone.
DJ, the last 13 games, we know the .469 batting average, but he's had 2 4-hit games in that time span. He's had 2 3-hit games in that time span. 2 2-hit games, so 6 multi-hit games. Already has 1 tonight.
I said this when the Rockies were facing Miami. He and Martin Prado consistently allow the ball to get deep better than anybody I've seen in baseball.
It's such a hard feeling to let the ball travel. You see it coming at you. You see a pitcher arms and knees and elbows firing at you. To let it travel is one of the most difficult things in sport to do.
Good eye. 2-2. DJ yesterday became the first Rocky ever to go 4 for 4 3 times in a single season. Three and 2. Arenado's on deck. Rockies down 2-0 as they bat in the bottom of the 3rd.
Gio's trying to get that fastball inside under DJ's hands. DJ has such great plate coverage. He can cover the inside pitch.
Starting to rain here at Coors Field. Here's the 3-2. And this ball's driven to deep left center field, way back and gone. We've got a tie game. He wears number 9 on the back of his jersey. He just hit his 9th. What an at bat.
Are you kidding me, DJ? It can't be that easy.
He's reached in 7 straight plate appearances.
Since August, it's the 4th lowest strikeout percentage in baseball. So you know he's going to grind through this at bat. Little toe tap, gets his foot down early. Every now and then, DJ will show you how far he can hit it. And most of the time, DJ hits the ball out of the ballpark. It's where the big boys go.
He is the complete player. And a whole new evening courtesy of LeMahieu. David John has made it 2-2. 1 out. Nolan's at the plate. Line to deep center in the 1st. He went down and got this, Billy.
He went his first at bat and got a low pitch from Gio. Gio with the great curveball. Doesn't get hit too often. But we talked about how DJ doesn't mind letting the ball travel. Doesn't mind letting hit the ball when it gets deep. He'll pull the pitches, and for me, that's, you're pulling a ball to left center field, even though it's in the deepest part of the outfield for the Rocks.
Two outs as Nolan hits it on 1 hop to Rendon. We'll get the distance on that in a moment, but as you said, that's where the big boys go. That's it's probably in the neighborhood of 430 or so feet.
The part that sticks out for me for DJ, really since August, we talk about WAR values. Don't typically look at those until the end of the season, but just for the month of August has a 1, which is great. But what stands out, strikeout percentage. Only 4.5% of the time has he struck out in the month of August. Only 3 other players are in front of him, and all 3 of them have been nowhere near the production that DJ has put up.
Well, he's not too far off in terms of his number of walks versus strikeouts. 1-1 on Cargo. He struck out his first time. DJ this year has walked 52 times and struck out 62 times. Two and 1. getting wet. Curveball, and it's 2-2.
Bark in the Park night at Coors Field, and
There's going to be a lot of wet dogs.
smelly dogs.
Cargo drives this ball to left, and Worth, playing deep, makes the catch. In the inning, a double by Charlie Blackmon and a home run by DJ LeMahieu. Batman and Robin click again. Better 1-2 punch at the top of an order right now in baseball. Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by GMC. The Rockies just tied it up at 2 in the bottom of the third on the 2-run jack by DJ LeMahieu, which traveled 446 feet. And the skies have opened up, the rain coming down. And so the second base umpire, our crew chief Brian Gorman, said, let's put the tarp down, keep the field intact, let the rain pass through, and then we'll resume play. Typical early evening shower here in Denver. So when we come back after the rain delay, it'll be the top of the 4th inning. Hopefully both Chad Bettis and Gio Gonzalez can continue.
Air Bud.
Air Bud.
I've watched all those movies. Believe me?
Look at that Golden just sitting there on the lap of his boss, huh? Yeah, it's Bark at the Park Day, so there are wet dogs running around. We are going to take you to an installment of The Club. We hope you enjoyed that.
Is that a Great Dane?
Is that a Great Dane?
The Chihuahua.
Where are you looking?
Poodle.
There's a lot of Goldens here. Let's go make friends with the dogs while the rain delay goes on. We're going to take you to The Club. Check back with us shortly. As we hope that this is a brief rain delay at Coors Field. 2-2, the Rockies and Nationals tied as we go to the 4th. delay, we are happy to report we are going to have more baseball. Top of the 4th inning, and the Rockies and Nationals in a 2-2 affair. We welcome you back upstairs with Ryan Spilborghs. I'm Drew Goodman. That obviously is Chris Rustin. So Chris Rustin will take over for Chad Bettis. When you have a delay of this length, there's absolutely no way you're going to be able to retain the 2 guys that were starting originally.
You can't, and you have to consider player safety. And for Chad Bettis, you have to. And same on the other side with Gio Gonzalez. Luckily for the Rockies, they have a guy like Chris Rustin. They also made the move today with Tyler Chatwood going on the disabled list to have Christian Bergman in the pen as well. So you have a safety net if you're the Rockies. The Nationals this offseason signed Yusmeiro Petit, a guy that we've seen for a lot of years with the San Francisco Giants. It's kind of his cup of tea. Comes in, he'll pitch a lot of innings for the Nationals tonight.
Yeah, Yusmeiro Petit's one of those guys that you get a spot start with the Giants, and you always seem to have a no-hitter going into the 6th or 7th inning. But this has been his role throughout much of his career. So Petit will go for Washington. Chris Rustin, who's been very good in the long roll as well, will go for the Rockies. And if you missed it a short while ago, well, now a long time ago, but short while ago chronologically in this game, the Rockies were down 2-0, and DJ LeMahieu hit a 2-run home run to tie it up. Chris Rustin recently returned from the disabled list. He's been throwing the ball well upon his return. This will be his 3rd outing since coming off the shelf. And the first batter he'll face is the switch-hitting shortstop Danny Espinosa. And the official delay with that first pitch is 2 hours and 5 minutes. I never thought when they put the tarp on the field that it was going to be a long delay. It just didn't appear that way on radar. That pitch is outside, 2-0. It's cooled off quite a bit. 64 degrees now. And a pretty strong breeze left to right. 2-0, and Espinosa takes a strike. Last night, the Nationals beat the Rockies 5-4. Got a run off the Rockies bullpen after the game was tied up at 4 apiece. This is game 2 of 6 games between these 2 clubs. That's outside, 3-1. The Rockies will be in our nation's capital, not this weekend obviously, but next weekend. The next road trip will be Milwaukee and Washington. This ball is ripped to left, a base hit.
Rustin falls behind quickly, 3-1, and has to come after Espinosa. Rustin threw 3 days ago in Philadelphia, 3 innings, only 46 pitches, so he has the ability tonight to stretch it out, get the Rockies through, hopefully at least to the 6th inning.
Ben Revere takes outside. Ben's struggling this year, 215. This is a guy that's a career 295 hitter. Last year of his deal. Oh, Ben's been around for a while. He's still a young guy. Sometimes you have one of those years, Spilly, you know this, in your well into your 30s. They think, well, it's starting to turn south. I think the industry is going to look at this as an aberration for Ben Revere. I mean, last year in Toronto in 56 games, he had 319. With the Phillies last year, he hit 298. That's inside 2-1. The year before with the Phils, 306. The year before, 305 with Philadelphia. 294 his final year with Minnesota.
Well, anytime you go on the disabled list multiple times in a season, and Revere began the season off with the right oblique strain.
This a ground ball, could be 2. There's 1 on the first double play. That was a nice turn. And it's interesting because the Rockies were playing a more conventional defense. When it's gotten to 2 strikes against Ben Revere, then they overshift, if you will, and put the shortstop on the right side because there wasn't 2 strikes yet. He was a more conventional turn.
Good job by DJ sticking with the tough hop. Now, in between the rain delay, the field crew will come out and put this field turf on it. It'll have makes the turf a little bit rougher. DJ did a good job handling a in-between hop. Was able to finish that playoff, and Adames showed the arm strength at shortstop to get that turn.
And this is interesting. Dusty's having Gio Gonzalez hit. He wants to save his bench. Gio Gonzalez is not going to pitch. Yusmeiro Petit is going to pitch. But because his number came up, 2 outs, nobody on, Dusty doesn't want to burn anybody on his bench. And the Nationals do keep 5 on their bench. The Rockies have 4 position players. So a nice job by Russin after the single by Espinosa. He gets the double play, and then the strikeout of Gonzalez. Of our Lions Communications viewers from Lions, Colorado. Thank you for watching the Rockies on Root Sports. Be sure to tell us where you're watching from on Twitter at RootSports_RM. A rain delay of 2 hours and 5 minutes. We reset. Chris Russin got the Rockies quickly to the dugout. Ryan Rayburn in the 4th inning to face Yusmeiro Petit. To 326 earned run average. You see the really good whip. The league average is 131 and he's at 119. He's a strike thrower. He does not walk many guys, never has. Longtime Giant, and this is going to be a tough chance for Espinosa. Safe. Job by Ryan Rayburn, who's been battling a quad injury all year, and he got up the line nicely.
He did, and obviously he's starting to feel well again. First pitch swinging, hits the ball off the end of the bat. Espinosa has already shown he has a very strong arm, regardless of what angle he's able to throw the baseball from. Subaru Supermo. Nice quick low throw.
Washington, their video guys are taking a look at it. That's why we have a delay. This one should be pretty definitive. That's close. And I think it's so close that Dusty doesn't want to burn a challenge. So good deal. Rayburn with an infield hit.
I figure there's already been enough delay. Let's go.
There you go. Hundley doubled about 2.5 hours ago in the 2nd inning to right center field. Nick 6 for his last 14 at the plate. It's outside. You mentioned it. The Rockies are very familiar with Petit, having spent most of his career in the National League West. Came up in 06 with the Marlins, and then in 07 he was with Arizona. 08 and 09 with Arizona. 2011 he pitched in the Mexican League. And then 2012 found his way to the Giants, with them in 13. And 14 and 15 he was up the entire season with San Francisco. One year with the Giants he threw 117 innings. The league hit just 223 against him that year. It's fouled back.
I remember facing him the final week in 2007 with the Rockies. So Friday, Rockies are taking on the Diamondbacks. Lose to Brandon Webb. 07 team, they win the Saturday game. That was the day that Tony Gwynn Jr. the walk-off hits the triple against the Padres. And then on Sunday, the day game,
this ball ripped to center field. Stay hot, Nick Hundley.
Yusmeiro Petit was the starter.
Well, Yusmeiro Petit owns a major league record. Remember a couple of years ago? Over 6 outings. Actually, it was over 8 outings. 2 starts and 6 in relief. In the middle of the summer, he retired 46 consecutive hitters. Think about that for a second. If you retire 27 straight as a starter in a game, it's a perfect game. He retired 46 hitters in a row. A major league record. And the guy who broke the string was Jordan Lyles, of all people. Nothing against Jordan, but they may be a position player. So the Rockies have a chance to break the tie here. 2-2, nobody out. Descalso at the plate, and this is popped to center. Revere raises his hand. Nobody's going to interfere with him. 1 out.
The first 15,000 fans through the gates on Saturday, August 20th, will receive a lunch cooler bag courtesy of King Soopers. You and I always talk about first and second, nobody out. I'm a strong believer in that's the only situation to bunt. In this case, when you have Descalso, bunting him over brings up Adames. Adames with the pitcher's spot behind him. So then you have the argument, well, you do that, then wouldn't they walk Adames to get to Russin and just set up the bases loaded? And the answer probably is yeah. But you're still setting up the probability and you're increasing your percentages for scoring runs. Bases loaded, good position to be in.
Adames fouls that one off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Oh, the bark at the park.
Who let the
forgot
dogs
about
out?
that. I wonder how many dogs had to go home from bed early. Ball. A breaking ball, and it's 1-2.
Get out of there, trash dog. That's a good lap dog.
Billy, I've said it many times, my favorite people in the world, dogs. So it'll be first and third for Chris Russin with 2 outs.
Pitcher number 52, Chris Russin.
Walton TR taking a look to see if the Nationals stayed at second base on the turn. Trying to make it, see if they came off the base early. And this is where that neighborhood rule, spirit of the rule is.
He almost dropped that.
He almost did. Really close. Really, really close.
Russin, a good hitter. Takes a strike. We were telling our boys on the Washington Nationals broadcast. Let's watch this one more time. Turner, glove. Yeah, it's toe still on the back. They got to get rid of that rule for next year. We were telling Bobby Carpenter, with the Nationals for a while, FP Santangelo, great guys. We're exchanging notes and said, hey, if Chris Russin, just before the rain delays, before the game started, so if Chris Russin gets in the ball game, he can swing the bat. There's Bob on the right, FP on the left.
Russin hit a triple in Philadelphia. Would have been almost a back-to-back-to-back home run in Philly. And as he was rounding second, he went into third base and dove head first with 2 outs. Russin was saying he was running to third and he knew he shouldn't dive head first, but he couldn't help himself.
Russin called out. When we come back, Walt Weiss will join us as he does home games on Tuesdays, 2-2 ball games. We go to the 5th. Walt's up next. Rockies 2 and the Nationals 2 to the dugout we go. Walt Weiss kind enough to join us. Walt, long delay, and that always throws things out of whack. No way you can save your starting pitcher in a situation like that, can you?
Yeah, once you know, you get over an hour, and that's even pushing it. We're going to make a change there. We're prepared for that right now. You know, we got Russ, we got Bergman out there, so we're in pretty good shape.
How nice is it that you have 2 long guys, both a lefty and a righty, with this Nationals lineup?
Yeah, you know, it's tough to match up with these guys. Even their left-handed hitters, they hit everybody. So you do the best you can with matchups, but it's nice having those options.
You know, we've talked a lot about Charlie Blackmon naturally this week. How about DJ LeMahieu? It's almost ridiculous, isn't it?
He's a hitting machine. You know, he's been doing it all year, and he hits the ball from line to line. You know, the power's coming. Quite a player.
He is quite a player. He's a great two-way player. Walt, good luck the rest of the way. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Walt.
So Trey Turner, the leadoff man for Washington, is up here in the 5th inning against Chris Russin. It'll be Turner, Worth, and Murphy. Turner had an infield hit in the 1st, and he popped to first in the 3rd inning. Chad Bettis and Gio Gonzalez will get no decisions in this one. Last 10 times that Chad Bettis's numbers come up, the Rockies have won 8 of those ball games. It usually means the Rockies are going to score a lot of runs. They have given Chad great run support, more than 7 runs per game over his last 10.
3rd best run support in baseball, and the 2 names above him, Jake Arrieta and Steven Strasburg.
Strasburg will go tomorrow afternoon for Washington.
Those are 2 guys that don't even need the run support, Arrieta and Strasburg.
is popped up and out of play. John Gray goes for the Rockies tomorrow. It's an important start for John. For the first time in a long, long time, he's had a couple of subpar outings by his standards. Got two guys who can get the baseball to the plate in a hurry. 2-2. Russin goes quick pitch. And Turner was on it. That return throw in center field. It's going to have a little moisture on it, so Nick's going to throw him another baseball. Turner on the ground to Nolan, and quickly gets it across. Nolan likes to take his time, but he is so shrewd. He knows who's running. It's a big part of playing this game defensively. Know who's on base, know what kind of foot speed the guy has at the plate. Watch Nolan, even though it's a two-hopper.
He's going to set his feet, and you can see he took almost a false step before the baseball got to him to get his foot so he can start his movement towards first to make the throw.
Jason Worth at the plate. He singled in the third to extend that streak of reaching to 44 games. So now he's in the Washington record book by himself, moving ahead of Ryan Zimmerman, who reached in 43 straight back in '09. Larry Walker, when he was in Expo, reached in 40 straight. This is a real tough play, I guess, for most. Spilly, you didn't play a lot of infield once you got to professional baseball, but when you have to drop step, you get a top spin in between hop, that's not easy.
It's literally impossible, and even in the outfield, any sort of backhand is the most unnatural play for most fielders. And for Nolan, because he's able to drop step, and the drop step is that right foot, his plant foot, the one he uses to throw, gives himself a little extra space by moving it back. And that's just unbelievable awareness. It's unbelievable body control to just basically trust your hands to make that play.
And in some of it, you're trusting the dirt that you play on all the time, to where you have a feel where that hop's going to go. But now there's been a tarp on that field for a couple hours.
So it can hit the, and we've already noticed with DJ, as sure-handed as he is on the double play the inning before, took a little bit of an in-between hop. Those guys are good.
They're really good.
They make almost the impossible play to look routine.
Yep.
That's how good they are.
Murphy fouls it off. It's 1-2. Daniel, a strikeout and a single and a run scored tonight. Now with 2 strikes, Adames slides over to the right side. Runs are even, hits are even. 2 runs, 6 hits for both clubs. Russ, the former Kentucky star, misses inside. 2-2. And even with 3 on the right side, Murphy finds a little bit of an opening, and he has a 2-out single. Consistently hits the ball hard.
Look at the fielders, Adames there, DJ there, and when Murphy hits the baseball, typically a second baseman standing somewhere in that region, it's still not a spot where DJ, if he's playing normal second base, he's not going to be able to get that.
So Bryce Harper comes up, a walk and a ground out. Harper's hit 6 of his last 7. Missed 5 games last week with a neck strain. The way the Rockies align in the outfield, it's similar to last night. It's interesting because it's a shade toward left, especially for Cargo. He's got to be 40 yards off the right field line, which means you got to pitch to it to a certain degree. In that yesterday, all of his hits were right down the right field line, basically. They were all pulled. 2-1. Popped up, shallow left. Nolan's got room, and Nolan's got the baseball. Russell gave up a 2-out hit. Murphy is stranded, middle of 5. Rockies 2 and the Nationals 2.
Coming up for the Rockies last night, he set a franchise record. He picked up 1 RBI, and that means from the leadoff spot, he now has the Rockies franchise record with the most RBI out of that #1 spot. And Eric Young was previous, and he's the first base coach for the Rockies, and he knows he's earned it.
I took a lot of pride in that, especially with the Blake Street Bombers. Those guys drove in a lot of runs, and one guy in particular that I drove in a lot was Walt White. So to get those RBIs and to see it coming from the top of the order is a tremendous boost for our lineup. But for Charlie, I mean, we're different leadoff hitters. Of course, he has more power, and of course, you know, he's the type of hitter that can be in the 3, 4, 5 slot of an order. But for him to do it at the top and to pass me, and now to make it perhaps a record that no one will break, my hat's off to him.
Charlie, it took him 48 less games than EY to break that Rockies franchise record. And guys, he's 12 away from a season. He had 72 RBIs in 2014. This year he's got 60 so far, and the way he's playing right now, well on his way to getting a career high for the season in RBIs.
He puts the barrel on this one, but just misses it. It's a high fly ball to Worth in the left. He's had an extraordinary year. He's had 3 straight terrific years. He's finally found good health. We tell you every night, very few people work as hard as Charlie Blackmon does. And he's an exceptionally gifted guy. Cargo was saying absolutely he could hit in the middle of the order. What a luxury to have a guy with leadoff skills and middle of the order attributes as well.
You hear me argue about this all the time. I love having leadoff hitters with the ability to drive in runs. I feel like anytime you can put a run up with one swing of the bat, the leadoff spot, and oftentimes this year, and we've seen the Rockies 28th worst in baseball as far as being behind in the game to start off the game. When you have a leadoff hitter like Charlie who hits leadoff home runs to start off the game, hey, Rocks are up 1-0. Gives you that confidence.
It's a great luxury. 2 strikes on DJ, so now he's in his comfort space. He's 6 for his last 6. He's reached in 7 straight plate appearances. His final plate appearance in Philadelphia was a walk. 0-2. 1-2. Greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. Averaged by number 2 hitters in the lineup. In that spot, DJ's hitting .352. 26 points better than Manny Machado, better than Martin Prado, and something else. 1-2. This ball's hit to deep right field, and it is off the very top of the wall, and it shoots all the way to the infield. This will be an easy triple for LeMahieu. He's now 7 for his last 7. And once again, damage done with 2 strikes.
Can't be that easy.
It is right now.
It can't be that easy. And the top 2 guys for the Rockies, and Blackman and DJ, even their outs are loud. DJ, mentioned earlier, he likes the ball up. 2 hits tonight down in the zone. This ball up in the zone. When he sits behind the baseball, he'll take a fastball and rifle it to right. Super Mo.
Look how close this is to get now. Wow.
Right off the yellow line on the auxiliary scoreboard.
You're starting to see the pop we've told you about in batting practice. He's 6'4", and ever since the Rockies got him, he dealt with that stigma in Chicago. How come he doesn't hit home runs? Big, strong guy, 6'4", 215 pounds. He's starting to, but he knows who he is offensively. I still think the way things are going, he's going to morph into a 15 home run guy who's a 300+ hitter.
Important out of the box to get out quick, and DJ, even though he hit that one hard, oftentimes you'll see some players hit it, think maybe they hit the home run. DJ didn't. That's why he's standing at third with 1 out. He gives Nolan an opportunity to get a run in.
This is where, Nolan has been better than anybody in baseball. That's why he's led all of baseball the last 2 years in runs batted in.
But you have to thank your teammate DJ LeMahieu, 1 out, not coasting, not just stopping at second base. Obviously the ball kicked, but he gave himself the chance to get to third base.
0-2 down the line. That'll get the run home. Rendon throws out Arenado. The Rockies take a 3-2 lead. RBI number 94 for Nolan.
I know Nolan's probably frustrated because he wants to get that base hit. Rendon, 3rd best fielding percentage as a 3rd baseman in baseball. Number 1 is Nolan. But because DJ gets himself to 3rd, an out is an RBI. Nolan pulls in his hands nicely. Rendon. Nice play by that 3rd baseman over there.
Here's Cargo. And this ball hit the second. That'll end the inning. The Rockies take the lead. DJ LeMahieu again in the middle of it. Rockies 3, Nationals 2. To the 6th we go. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Rockies have taken a 3-2 lead. DJ LeMahieu with a triple. Well, he's got the home run, he's got the triple, he's got the single, so you know what's left on the menu tonight for LeMahieu. He also has 7 straight hits. Wilson Ramos to lead it off against Chris Russin in the 6th. And on the ground to short, 2 hops to Adames, 1 out. Anthony Rendon will be next. He doubled in the 2nd. And a fly ball to right in the 3rd. Chris Russin, kind of the left-handed version in terms of tempo to Chad Bettis, who started tonight. And Chris induces a pop-up down the line. That's in an impossible place. Descalso chased it, but it'll drop for a single.
Live Rockies baseball is here with MLB.com and bat on your smartphone or tablet. Stay connected with live stats, news, and more. I use it every single night.
One out, one on. Espinosa, a sac bunt and a single. Espinosa, another one of those infielders out of Long Beach State. Played with Longoria there. He was the next shortstop after Tulo moved on to the Rockies. On the corner, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Pretty good lineage from Long Beach State as far as their shortstops go. Dates back to where I can think of Bobby Crosby. Then you had Tulowitzki. Then you had Longoria, Danny Espinosa, Matt Duffy.
They're recruiting the right guys, evidently. All those guys had big arms, too. Big left side of the infield arms. And of course, they get all hit, which doesn't hurt.
Doesn't hurt at all. I know the Rockies in this draft, they said, you know what? Take Long Beach State's shortstop. It's a pretty good track record. The Rockies took Garrett Hampson.
If I remember right, Garrett Hampson's a little different than the other guys. He's a little smaller, isn't he?
A little bit smaller. The Rockies drafted him in the 3rd round.
3-1. He went around 3-2. Blake Trinan is up in the bullpen for Washington. He threw 1 pitch last night. Ball's tomahawk to center field. Blackman will make the catch, and that's 2 outs.
So Since we're talking about Garrett Hampson, since we're talking Long Beach State shortstops,
Center fielder, number
Hampson's off to a
9,
good start.
Revere.
Boise, 311 batting average, no homers, 30 RBIs, 24 stolen bases,
30 ribbies in how many games?
49 games.
Pretty impressive.
24 stolen bases is impressive.
Very impressive. So, I mean, a little different. I don't think he had the power numbers.
No, not at all.
Scrappy guy. Here's Ben Revere. He's 0 for 2. Inside on Revere. Big high school football star down in the southeast. Ben ended up signing out of high school. He's a first-round pick. He could have gone to Georgia to play football and baseball. Paul Egan's been with the Rockies since the doors opened before '93. Paul's our outstanding traveling secretary and biggest Georgia Bulldog fan I know. Probably still mad at Ben Revere for not going playing football in Georgia. Could have been between the hedges. This is lobbed to left field and it's fouled. Ryan Rayburg's going to try to pick up the baseball. I'm sure he's going to give it to that fan. The fan grabbed it before Ryan could help him out. You ever have that happen?
Fans grabbing the baseball before you could give it to them?
Yeah.
All the time. They're greedy. Greedy little fans. About to give it to you. All right. I like that Arenado grabbed it before Harper did. That's right. You wore the wrong jersey.
Ball and 2 strikes on Revere. Ben spent some time in Denver in the offseason. His grandmother and some cousins here. So he'll come out, visit with family, and he said, I like to train here because of the altitude. 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Chris Russin doing his thing. 3 scoreless innings. Coming in after the rain delay. Rockies up 3-2. Bottom of the 6th inning. Here's this week's CenturyLink high-speed challenge poll question. Who's the only Rockies player to hit 2 inside the park home runs in the same season? Was it Ellis Burks? Was it Clint Barmas? Or was it Brandon Barnes? Go to RootSports_RM to vote. Good question. Ryan Rayburn swings at the first pitch. Rendon knocks it down and finishes the play. Nick Hundley coming up. Coach Calhoun, Troy Calhoun from Air Force, joining us on Twitter Takeover, Tuesday Twitter Takeover. If you were to choose 3 current Rockies to play Air Force football, who would it be? What position? That's an interesting question for Mason. Well, since Todd Helton and Seth Smith are out, and Coach Calhoun knows his football, those guys were college quarterbacks in the SEC. Have to go with Charlie at wide receiver, DJ at free safety, and Nolan at strong safety. Good athletes. I'm sure they'd do well. I'm trying to think. That's a great question. It's got me thinking now. Looking down the lineup. Well, Nick Hundley was a defensive back in high school, good enough to be recruited by some mid-level schools. High fly ball down the left field line. Word settles underneath. 2 outs. I think Nick has the right demeanor to go play a safety. David Dahl be a pretty good wide out. Trevor Story, 6'2", 215 pounds.
Story would be a nasty, strong safety.
Story would be a good, strong safety. The way he runs, free safety.
We don't have any.
Charlie would be a good wideout. It's a big target.
We don't have any Mike linebackers.
No Mike linebackers on this club. We just saw Mike linebacker though
Do we have
in
a
Philadelphia.
Will? Do we have a Will?
Cameron Rupp. I don't know if we have a Will backer.
Bunch of kickers.
I'd say he'd be a good Will backer. You'd have to teach him the game. He didn't grow up playing it. Yasiel Puig.
Yes, he would.
Where would you put Stanton? SC recruited him, but where would you put him at tight end?
Yeah, he's a tight end. It's a mismatch.
Descalso with a 1-2 count. Rockies up 3-2. And Quinn Walcott said he went around. So that's all for Descalso and the Rockies in a 1-2-3-6. We'll go to the 7th. 3-2 Rockies.
Matt Carasetti a rookie on to pitch here for the Rockies. He made his major league debut last Friday in Philly, but today is his first game here at Coors Field. Now, he got a little advice from a Rockies veteran. It was Adam Ottavino.
Ottavino was saying don't run out to the mound too quick because you'll get more tired in this altitude. So I guess I'm going to take my time and try not to tire myself out. Whenever they call on me, I'll be ready, and it's going to be nice to pitch in front of the home crowd.
Caracetti is good friends with Scott Oberg. They're both from the Northeast, so Scott has really been helping him through this transition coming up. They obviously played together in the minors as well, but his first major league appearance here at Coors Field, Ottavino, with just a little friendly advice there when you come in. Don't tire yourself out too much. Beware of the altitude.
It's a good little tidbit. Good advice from Otto.
Yeah, Brad, we appreciate it. Gerardo Parra's in the ball game in left field. Matt Caracetti is getting set to face Brian Goodwin. He'll pinch hit. It's 9-1-2. The second appearance for Caracetti. That first pitch is in there for a strike. Last 3 years in the minor leagues, he's been converted to a reliever and a real good one. 2.77 ERA during that time. As a starter, he had a 4.5 ERA. His first couple of years. Outside 1-1. One ball, 2 strikes.
This is Brian Goodwin, and Goodwin is one of the elite hitters in the Nationals farm system. Recently recalled for his first taste of the major leagues on August the 6th.
Did he go? No. He was a supplemental #1. Was Goodwin at a Miami-Dade Community College from Rocky Mount, North Carolina.
He ranked second in the International League prior to his call-up in RBIs, 6th in doubles.
He was going to go from Miami-Dade to North Carolina, University of North Carolina, but went so high in the draft he signed. See guys do that when the pitcher's vision's not sometimes good enough perhaps to see the digits. You're going to get pitch and location.
The tap system. Well, if he's having trouble picking up the fingers, it's time to buy him the glasses with the skull and crossbones on it.
Especially when he throws hard as he does. Make the batter a little uneasy. Just missed, so ball 4. Brian Goodwin a leadoff walk. The day after every Rockies victory, get 50% off your online order at Papa John's. Use the promo code ROXWIN at papajohns.com.
I always say this time and time again, you never ever want to walk the leadoff hitter, especially as a relief pitcher coming into the game at Coors Field. They always come around to bite you. And
well, we're still learning his arsenal. We know he's got the good fastball and the splitter. He went soft there, 3-2. And you know, he may have great comfort level with that, but typically, as you said, you want that guy to earn his way on base.
And now the guy on first base is 10th in the International League in stolen bases, as far as the leaders go.
And you have great speed at the plate, Trey Turner.
Carasetti started off the entire at bat to Goodwin with the split finger, with the fork ball that he throws. Quick snap throw from Carasetti. Scouse was able to snap it down on his forearm. Goodwin's able to sneak right in there. That's a big lead.
Goodwin off first, 1-1 on Turner. And the ground ball to short. There's one, and you're not going to double up that kid unless you hit an absolute bullet right at an infielder. So Turner with one out at first base.
See, based on the swing was pulling him towards first base.
He just ran 4 flat with the stumble.
With the stumble.
From the right side. A 4.2, 4.3 is average from the right side. Looked like a young Ryan Spilborgh's getting out of the box.
It never looked like that.
Jason Worth, 1 for 3. Single to center field. Twice he's hit it on the ground to Nolan. The Rockies have had their issues in the bullpen of late, as you are well aware. So Carasetti comes up. His second big league appearance. He is in a high leverage situation. 7th inning, trying to protect a 1-run lead. But that's what this guy's done the last few years in the minor leagues. He's closed games. That's what he's been trained to do. He has the stuff to do it. He's got the mentality to do it. Now he's got to do it in this league against big name guys that he's read about, like Jason Worth.
Carasetti had 29 saves and 33 opportunities with the Hartford Yard Goats. Earned himself a midseason All-Star game.
Inside. 2-1 on Worth. This thing.
It's a fork ball. You can see the grip. You can see the fingers split, and great tumbling action on the Subaru Supermo. Sells it with the arm speed. It's obvious he can control that secondary pitch, and he talks about how he can throw 2 different versions of it.
Three and 2. Sure, Turner will be in motion here. It's a little Nationals fan.
Trey Turner leading. Descalso is going to ask TR to take a look. Have to look from a different angle just so we can see where the foot is.
Rockies will not review it. 37-year-old Jason Worth at the plate. 3-2.
These situations, if you're the base runner, it's not your job. This isn't a steal situation. If you get the green light to run, you have to make sure that the pitcher goes towards home plate. And then you're trusting the hitter to protect you. With Turner's speed, doesn't have to worry about a big jump.
Pulled foul. Well, we're in the midst of the summer games in Rio. Jason Worth's mom was a world-class sprinter. You know that?
No.
She went to the U.S. Olympic trials in the long jump and the 100 meters. So that's where he gets his athleticism. He's a great high school basketball player. Big guy, 6'5". And look at it. So now 2 are on. It's all
Don't
right,
worry,
hon.
he wasn't throwing at Worth.
And with Murphy coming up, Boone Logan's been warming up, so Boone's going to come in.
Feels comfortable throwing that split finger, and that's what that elbow guard's there for.
Caracetti goes off, and Boone Logan is going to inherit a 2-on situation in a 1-run game with 1 out. And he's got the 2 toughest lefties, not only on the Nationals, 2 of the top hitters in the game, Murphy and Harper. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-1 club level tickets by visiting wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Who shot that shot? that Charlie Felix?
Yeah, I think he rented a helicopter.
Charlie do that. Whatever is necessary to get the perfect shot. Boone Logan is on. He's got Trey Turner at second, Jason Worth at first. The Rockies lead 3-2. In the 7th inning, there's one out. Daniel Murphy, leading hitter in the National League, at the plate, and he's 2 for 3 tonight.
Sarah Logan told us most of the time Boone gets put in these spots and she gets the butterflies, but Boone doesn't.
This ball in the air to left, and Parra is out there. He makes a nice running catch. Good read, good jump by Gerardo. 2 outs.
Right fielder.
Spent some time talking with Gerardo, and he's trying to be happy and make sure, coming off that high ankle sprain, to get himself back to where he felt like he was prior to the injury. Seems to be moving pretty well. Gold Glove winner in right field. Watches it into his glove on the Subaru Supermo.
Two gone, and here's Harper. Harper hit a double against Boone last night. It drove in a run. Chance for Logan to get back at Harper. That pitch misses, ball 1. Fastball at 95. Hard ground ball right at Descalso. Great job, Boone Logan. On 3 pitches, he gets out of the mess, and the Rockies will carry a 3-2 lead at the bottom of the 7th. Says look back. It's Chad Bettis. Wilson Ramos thought he hit it out. He just hit it off the wall. It was a long single that brought home a run. 2-0 at that point. Then DJ on a 3-2 pitch goes down, hits one 446 feet. His 9th home run of the year. That 2-run shot tied it up. Then we had the rain delay of 2 hours and 5 minutes. And after the field was cleaned up, it was DJ again tripling, and he came home on this hard ground ball up the line by Nolan, and the Rockies have a 3-2 lead. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be Christian Adames, Gerardo Parra, and then Charlie Blackmon. Oliver Perez is now in the ball game for Washington.
began his career in 2002. Former starting pitcher. He's really reinvented himself over the last 5 years. Really dates back to 2012 with Seattle.
He was a baby when he came up with the Padres. And there was, this ball's a hard hit ball, but right at the third baseman Rendon will throw out Adames. And when he came up, there was immediate comparisons because he's from Mexico to Fernando, because he threw even harder than Fernando. I mean, when he came up, he was mid to upper 90s.
He's found a way to last a long time in major leagues, and for good reason. This year he struck out batters per 9, well over 10. Look at this Nationals bullpen. They have a great mix of lefty, righty, power arms, long relievers in Yasmiro Petit, veterans and rookies.
Parra takes ball 1. First at bat for Gerardo.
DJ LeMahieu mentioned today during batting practice, he goes, how about Belial throwing 95 last night?
That looked good. This ball's hammered to deep right center field. And it's off the wall. Parra into second with a double. That's the best hit ball he's had since returning from the ankle injury.
And it gets a friend of his. He was spending a lot of time with Oliver Perez before the game, talking, catching up. Parra's starting to get his good swing back. More importantly, Parra's taking a little bit more quality at bats. Yes, he'll swing early in the count. Put it in his wheelhouse, though. He'll be able to put the ball in play. That's the second ball off the wall tonight. Anthony Rendon hit one earlier that has saved a home run the last year.
Blackman doubled in the third inning, 1 for 3. Hasn't hit a home run in forever.
4 at bats.
Oh. Coors Light Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Most home runs in a 5-game span the last 10 years. The only guy to hit more was Josh Hamilton. Cargo last year hit 7 in a 5-game span. Charlie matched it with the home run last night. Jay Bruce did it 2010. A-Rod did it back in 07. Tell you what else Charlie has. Got an 11-game hitting streak. He has 4 double-digit hitting streaks this year. 2-1. Last guy to have a season in which they had 4 10-game hitting streaks or more was Cargo in 2010. EY in 96, Larry Walker in 2002 had 5 such streaks.
2 current players on other teams. Dustin Pedroia has had 4 separate 10-game hitting streaks, and so has Jose Altuve. Altuve has a hit every single night.
No surprise with those 2 guys. Rockies trying to expand their lead. 1 out, Parra at second. Right guy at the plate. 2-1 on Blackman, and it's 3-1. You got Blackman at the plate. You have DJ LeMahieu on deck, which means it's a migraine headache for whoever's on the hill. Outside, ball 4. So here comes LeMahieu. 7 straight hits for DJ. And Dusty is not going to allow Perez, the left-hander, to face him.
probably a good thing. DJ's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts against Oliver Perez.
Pitching change with the Rockies up a run in the 7th. Three-two Colorado, 2 on, 1 out. DJ LeMahieu's night. Single his first time up. Came up in the 3rd, worked the count full. Rockies down 2-0, hit one 446, tie ball game. And then he came within inches of hitting that ball out. Kicked off the scoreboard. DJ a triple would score a moment later. And now he's a double shy of the cycle. 7 straight hits for LeMahieu. The club record is 9 by the big cat, Andres Galarraga. And Trinan misses there, ball 1. Juan Pierre back in 02 hit 8 straight. Blackman twice has a streak of 7 straight hits. Jeff Cirillo 7 straight hits. The late Darrell Hamilton 7 straight hits. And Dante Bichette as well, 7 straight hits. Joining that group, DJ LeMahieu. DJ has reached in 8 straight plate appearances.
Trinan is brought in to face DJ LeMahieu for a very obvious reason. He has induced 13 double plays this season. That's most by any relief pitcher in baseball. DJ's grounded into 16 double plays.
Got to throw him a strike. 3-0 with Nolan on deck. DJ came into the ball game before his 3 for 3, hitting 462 in August. Called strike, 3-1. Outfield straight up. Ben Revere in center is playing very shallow.
Heavy sinker ball pitcher, DJ LeMahieu. The last couple days, he's getting hits that have been falling in front of Ben Revere. Trying to prevent the run from second scoring. If he hits the ball over your head, it's over your head.
Ball 4, and now they're loaded up for Arenado.
The numbers for Blake Trinan are in the flat out ridiculous. Less than a 2 ERA, 48 innings. The last 36 games for Blake. 33 innings, only 3 earned runs given up.
Parra doubled. He's at third. Blackman walked. LeMahieu walked. And a strike.
Nolan has faced Blake 1 time, and he's 0 for 1 with the strikeout.
Behind 0-2 now against Trinan.
Started Nolan off with an off-speed pitch, the Subaru Supermo. Notice how much depth there is to that sinker. That's a 95-mile-an-hour pitch that is the depth behind it. I understand why he leads relief pitchers with double plays.
Wild pitch, but it will not be recorded as one because Parra decided, and I understand why. It's what I was railing against recently, that the walls should be padded behind home plate. I know aesthetically it may not look as good, but you can't have these wild ricochets. And Parra,
he read it wisely.
He did read it, but it should be automatic when the ball gets by, but he's worried about it kicking off the bricks, and all of a sudden you're dead meat at the plate. 1-2. My thought on that is you should not reward a pitcher or catcher for either a wild pitch or a pass ball. That ball died back there because it skipped up and hit the netting, but you have no idea at third. You've seen so many times now where it bounces straight back. 1-2. I don't know how he got a piece of that.
That hard sinker. Just see even in slow motion how much movement there is.
This ball lined to center field and fairly deep, and it is run down by Revere. Tagging and coming home is Parra. Blackman tags and moves up, as does LeMahieu. Another productive out from Nolan Arenado, and he has his second RBI of the night, his 95th on the season, and the Rockies have a 2-run cushion.
Well-manufactured baseball by the Rockies, and quality of bats up and down the lineup. Gerardo Parra coming in the game as a defensive replacement. Good at bat, lefty on lefty against Oliver Perez. Tell Nolan's frustrated. He wants to get his ace swing off. He's not getting it off, which I can tell is bothering him, but he's still productive, even though he doesn't feel great at the plate.
They're going to pass on Cargo with first base open in the on-deck circle. In the pitcher spot now, remember Rayburn was hitting fifth. He left in a double switch. Is David Dahl. Sound baseball thinking, obviously, from Dusty's standpoint. As good as Dahl has been, prefer to go after the kid as opposed to the veteran superstar. So Cargo will go to first, and David Dahl will get his opportunity.
The next Fan Friday is this Friday, August 19th. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Fan Friday Rockies Silver Slugger lapel pin. Nolan Arenado's name and Carlos Gonzalez. Will look sweet on your hat.
Dahl started last night, and against Max Scherzer, he popped a 2-run double in the first inning off the base of the center field wall. He's hit in every ball game but one. last night. Hit that slider 415 feet. Drive in a pair. Here he is with 2 outs and the bases loaded. And a line drive to left base hit. That'll get 2 home. Blackman scores. LeMahieu scores. Cargo gets a green light. Throw to the plate. Out at the plate. You hope Cargo's all right. It was kind of an awkward slide. A double. 2 more RBIs for David Dahl. And the Rockies are up 6-2. He is special, isn't he? Game recap. Well, we got more to recap now. The Rockies scored 3 the last frame. They're up 6-2. David Dahl coming through yet again. Been a great day for Charlie Blackmon, for DJ LeMahieu. He's reached all 4 times. Nolan's driven in a pair. And the Rockies are up 4 on the Nationals. 2-hour and 5-minute rain delay. Shut down Gio Gonzalez and Chad Bettis after 3 innings.
Nice day at the job for David Dahl. 1 pitch, 1 double. And why he's able to do it, he sits back, allows the ball to travel. You see where this backside is. Notice how he's able to stay there. You can keep that line and drive through the baseball. Wasn't showing up trying to pull Blake. Got the ball to get there and drove it opposite field. It's impressive for a young rookie to be able to have that type of approach.
Cargo was out. It was close. We watched the replay during the commercial break. Tag came by Ramos. Here you'll be able to see right before the hand slaps the plate. There it is. It's a great view of it. And the good news is Cargo is all right despite the rough slide. He's in right field. 8th inning. Rockies now +4 on the scoreboard. Carlos Estevez is on the mound.
Estevez is still looking to try to get himself back on track. Last 3 in Philadelphia. 1 inning, it was a little rough for him. Hit, earned a walk, 2 strikeouts.
And he has the all-important strike 1 on Ramos. Center field, well hit. The athletic Charlie Blackmon makes the catch, 1 out.
Third baseman, number 6, Anthony Rendon.
That'll bring up Rendon. 2 for 3 tonight. Double in the second, single in the 6th inning. Slider, strike 1. Back up the middle, a single. Rendon turned around a high 90s fastball. Espinosa coming up.
Shortstop number 8, Danny Espinosa.
It's not been easy for Estevez in his last 5 games. 3 2/3 of an inning, 9 hits, 9 runs. Hitters are hitting .474. ERA, I don't even want to tell you.
One and 0. Originally, there was a crowd of 29,209. Many hung in there after the rain delay, but people got to get up early and go to work. School starting for many. So we went from a nice crowd to a gathering.
A pack. Was 29,000 including the dogs?
We always get the dog count. Doug's usually up on that. Doug, how many dogs tonight? Do we know? Mark at the Park night, 2-0. Just over 700. It's like the Westminster Dog Show before the ball game. They had best in class here tonight. Did you see that? Yeah, they had the top 5 dogs, and then it was Russin. Swung on a miss, 2-2. Who was out before the game? It was Russin and
John Gray.
John Gray, that's right. It was Big John, and they were the judges. And Russin went over and put a ribbon around a Chihuahua's neck.
Every dog has its day.
Blew him away with a heater at 97, 2 outs.
From dogs to hot dogs, the first 10,000 fans through the gates for tomorrow's Rockies versus National game will receive a coupon for Hebrew National $1 hot dog.
Billy, that was a nice segue.
You like that?
Yeah, that was nice. Is that UCSB education on display again?
Oh yeah. Show it off proudly.
Ben Revere's 0 for 3. High school in Kentucky. Just 2 years ago, Revere led the National League in hits. He had 184 while playing for Philadelphia. Turned 28 earlier this year. Mentioned earlier in the broadcast, he'll be a free agent at the end of the year. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a ground ball gloved nicely by Estevez, and it turns into a solid inning for Carlos. He gave up a hit to Rendon and a strikeout, nothing else across. 6-2 Colorado. Nationals in the bottom of the 8th inning. UC Health is tracking the number of walks and the distance the Rockies earn throughout the season. Start tracking your own steps today to get fit. And so far this year, the Rockies have walked 382 times, closing in on 7 miles of exercise. Get fit with UC Health. Nick Hundley's been fit with the swing lately. 2 for 3 tonight, including a double. Blake Trinan remains in the ball game. Kid out of South Dakota State. And the route he took to South Dakota State is a remarkable story. Trinan's fastball is inside. He went to an NAI school. He's from Kansas, from a tiny town. He had 43 kids in his graduating class, did Trinan. And he went to Baker College. Didn't get recruited by anybody.
Where's Baker College?
It's in Kansas. And he was on the JV there at NAIA school.
He's on the JV
He's on
team
the JV.
at an NAIA school.
At an NAIA school. And he decides that he wants to go to Arkansas. So he transfers to Arkansas. And when he asked to see Dave Van Horn, longtime coach there, the secretary politely said, you know, he's out recruiting. And then he said, well, you know, I'd like to see an assistant. So he just kept sitting there. Dave Van Horn walked by. He was there. Finally, an assistant came out and said, son, you know, we saw you pitch and you were topping out at 79. And you were on the JV at NAIA school. And he said, respectfully, he said, we'd have to let the whole state of Arkansas try out if we're going to give tryouts to every kid that knocks on our door. So that didn't work out. He knew some people. He ends up at South Dakota State. The old line about getting bigger and stronger, all of a sudden he's throwing in the mid-90s. Fast forward, he has the last laugh.
That's an incredible story.
It's one of those, you know, those ones that Disney makes and you don't really believe it unless it's on the big screen. There's a message in there: never give up.
Never give up.
And always believe in yourself. JV at an NAIA school,
throwing
in the 70s.
Oh my goodness. Late bloomer.
1 ball, 1 strike. Remember when I first read that story a year ago and trying to pitch against the Rockies? I had to read it a couple times. I couldn't believe it. This ball sharply hit, but right at the shortstop Espinosa. He'll turn over a double play.
I'll add to his #1 record in baseball for the double plays.
Here's our Kubota pitching performances of the night. And again, the 2 starters could not go beyond 3 innings because of the 2-hour and 5-minute rain delay. So both Gio Gonzalez, who is pursuing his 100th career victory, and Chad Bettis, who is pursuing his 11th win this year, will get no decisions. Chris Russin's on the plus side for the Rockies. Yusmeiro Petit has the hook. Here's Christian Adames. Christian 0 for 3, and he'll go 0 for 4 on the ground ball to second. We go to the 9th inning. Rockies need 3 more outs to shake hands. They're up 6-2. Adam Ottavino will be on board when we come back. Fans, follow at @RootsSports_RM on Twitter to receive alerts for the Rockies taco special when the Rockies score 7 or more runs. Well, the Rockies are up 4, which means we're probably going to have a real happy post-game show with the boys. Mark?
I'd say so. Not that I'm counting, but it's been 10 days since we've had an on-field post-game interview, and hopefully Brad Thompson gets to do that with one of the Rockies. The 2-hour, 5-minute rain delay worth the wait as the Rocks have a 6-2 lead. So we'll get ready for the Toyota post-game show. Jeff Houston, Corey Sullivan will join me out here at center field, and I hope you will too, guys.
Mark, thank you. There's Otto. 28 2/3 scoreless for Adam Ottavino.
There's not a lot of guesswork behind what makes Ottavino so great. Deception with the crossbody mechanics and a slider that just disappears.
Clint Robinson, the pinch hitter, 9-1-2. That fastball's outside, ball 1. Talked to Otto for a while before the ball game. He's naturally very happy with where he is. Coming off Tommy John. And the command, which wasn't great initially, this will pop up on the infield, and has really sharpened up for Otto the last 10 days, 2 weeks. Robinson is out number 1 in the 9th inning. Let's get one more question in from Coach Troy Calhoun. Who will be the toughest team you play this year? Great schedule this year, 7 bowl teams and numerous challenging road trips. Can't wait. Should be quite a journey. And we want to thank Coach Calhoun for being our Tuesday Twitter takeover, almost on the eve of the start of the college football season. Trey Turner takes a strike. It's 1-1. Wish Air Force all the best this year. We look forward to seeing them with our Mountain West package on Root Sports. I know we'll have them in Laramie on October the 9th. Fouled off. Had fun answering your questions. Whoop, they pulled the tweet away before I could read it. There it is. Come experience our great cadets, pageantry, competitive football, and new scoreboards at Falcon Stadium. Spilly, we got to go down there.
He got me.
It's the best. 1-2. See you later. 2 outs.
Otto makes quick work of Trey Turner. Trey Turner's walking back by Jason Worth. He said, I had no shot at that one. Just fell out. See the bottom drop off. It's be nice to know when you throw your good slider, no major leaguer is going to hit it. Think about that.
Yeah.
These major league hitters.
Jason Worth, and then he goes glove side with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball that has tremendous movement on it. I think that has surprised Otto a little bit, that coming off Tommy John, he's got 98% of his velocity back, 99% of it. I mean, we've seen him at 96. Missed there at 94. And they're not straight as a string fastballs. That thing moves because he's a crossfire guy. Here's the 2-1. That slider. I mean, look, Jason Worth jumped away, and that was all over the inside corner.
The face describes it all.
Watch this. This is coming at his hip.
Whoa.
2-2, and lunge at the baseball keeps the at bat alive for now.
There's times when you're a hitter and you see a pitch like that, knowing that there's a 94-mile-an-hour fastball behind it, you're just saying, okay, just hurry up. Just be done with me already.
2-2. Sweeping slider not offered at 3-2. Rockies a strike away. They're up 6-2. On the ground, and Nolan, what a play. Ball game. Ottavino works a 1-2-3 ninth. The Rockies snap a 4-game losing streak. They win 6-2. Chris Russell gets the win. He's 3-4. Yusmeiro Petit takes the loss. He is 3-3. And Adam Ottavino has now gone 29 2/3 scoreless innings, which is a new club record. He passed Gabe White, who went 29 1/3 back in 2000. So congratulations to Adam Ottavino. Congrats to the Rockies, as after the rain delay, they pulled away and won the ball game 6-2. Our Jimmy John's delivery of the game, the work of DJ LeMahieu. DJ, after going 4 for 4 last night, ends up a double shy of the cycle. He went single, game-time 2-run home run, triple, and he would score the go-ahead run to make it 3-2 at that point. Then he would walk in the 7th and eventually come around to score. He has reached in 9 consecutive at-bats. He has 7 straight hits. DJ LeMahieu, our Jimmy John's delivery of the game.
Brad Thompson grabbed him too.
Yeah, Brad's going to go grab him in a sec. You'll catch that on the Toyota post-game show, which commences right now with the boys in center field. Here's Mark Stout.
Indeed it does, Drew. Been sitting on 56. I didn't like that number. 57, it's still a linebacker's number, but it's better, right?
What a job by the bullpen tonight. 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 walk. They did an incredible job.
Thank you, DJ, for getting the 3 hits that I asked for in the pregame show.
Way to go, Huey. We'll talk about it next.